Okay, I'm turning the mic on because I finished breakfast. Ugh. Can I draw a femboy? I could. Will I? We shall see. Did I ever go to art school? Not like art school. I went to a normal university and majored in art. And funny story, I actually just dropped out of my illustration program for my master's last week. So I was studying art for my master's and then I dropped out. So not anymore. That's low-key the dream. What, to like drop out of art school? It was my dream too. I always wanted to be an art school dropout. Because when you drop out of art school, it's like, it's because you have other things to do and you don't need it anymore. Or you just become poor. Which, in my case, I was like, I'm gonna lose money by going to school, so peace out. Okay, I'm starting to struggle on the horse. Not all horse is easy. Standing horse is easy. Laying down horse, not easy. What the fuck? This guy is laying down. Give me a standing up horse, please. University is expensive. You're in the States and you want to go to an art school, but it's booty out here. Yes, it is, and I believe if you want to do art, like, you can do anything you want just by learning online. Even making connections. Like, low-key, one of the only reasons people will go to an art school is to make connections, but like, you can make mutuals with directors online and like mentors online, so like, I don't really get that logic, but I guess it's it worked in my specific case. Am I just practicing with horses? Well, I have the horse video open right now, so I might as well. I like the shapes in horses, so I might try to include them in my normal drawing. But I'm gonna move on to stylizing people, because I'm gonna be drawing people. It's just like, it kind of gets tiring trying to like study from the same generic, like, pretty Pinterest girl reference all the time, so. I haven't drawn animals in a while, and I feel like I like animals, so I should draw them. I haven't even saved this. Let's see. Warm up. August. Excited for my story. What do I think the friendship between Leto and Sol would be like? Well, I have already written many iterations of what their like dynamic is like. I don't know in the current iteration. I'm actually gonna change a lot. From what happened in the last video to what will happen now. Just because I feel like part of like, I just kind of lost my sauce for character designing when I was in school. So like, oh, also I kind of realized that the like entire story that I set up for them, I didn't like it. Like the family focused conflict, I kind of realized that I don't like stories that are family drama. And I don't like stories that are historical. So I think I'm gonna make it a modern, set it in the modern times, and also like rewrite this overall story to not focus on like, oh, I hate my dad. Like, that's so, and when I like think about it now, I'm like, I don't want to write a story like that. It seems so boring. And like, I'm the only one who cares about what happens, so. But like what their dynamic was like in the previous iterations is that it was like they well, in one of the rewrites it was like toxic obsession. But like it never got, it was like platonic toxic obsession. Just cause how do I even, like, Sol was a serial killer and he had like, but like a serial killer who was killing specific targets for justice or whatever, and his next target was Leto's family because they're evil, because they're the mafia. And so Leto had to like, his task was to find out who who Soul was and to deal with it. But he low-key doesn't like his family, right? So that's what happened there. But I don't really feel like making Soul a serial killer. That was weird. Why do I always draw the horse head last? I think I just like horse legs. Horse heads are kind of freaky, in my opinion. They just look freaky up there. So I don't really want to draw that. Have I played the anime horse girl racing game? I haven't. If they make one with men, I will though. Imagine horsemen. Wait, there was that one dating game where like the guy was a horse, but like in a freaky way, not in a fun way. Oh gosh. Okay, I'm done with, well, one more horse. One more horse. Then I'll draw people. Don't understand why they didn't go to men since the real horses are males. Well, cause anime girl, haha. Like, anime girl equal profit. I feel like I'm not getting the shapes I want. After I draw this horse, I will respond to everyone's comment. This requires my full oh my god, full focus. That's so hard to say. Have I seen K-pop Demon Hunters? I watched it, I think, 3 times. But not because I thought it was very good. Only because I had to watch it that many times to... Well, because my friends were watching it. And also, I needed that many watches to really understand what the hell was going on. Because, like, my first watch, I was like, this makes no goddamn sense. My second watch, I was like, I could gaslight myself into perhaps thinking this makes some sense. And then my third watch, I was like, okay, like, this could make sense. So, that's where I'm at now. I think I really didn't understand the thematic evolution of this movie, or like what the hell it was trying to say, because it seemed like the message was like really, it was simple and also contradictory at the same time. And I feel like watching it with a lot of people, it seemed like there were certain people who were also confused by what the hell is happening, like it didn't make sense. And then the people who enjoyed it were like, oh, I wasn't even thinking, I kind of like just turned my brain off and just enjoyed it. And I was like, oh, okay, so that's how you're supposed to watch this movie, I guess. I think I was just thinking too hard about what it was saying. And then I hear that they like fired all their story editors or like writers because the director wanted it to be more action oriented. And I was like, well, that makes sense. Like, it was fine in, like, I like the music. It's not a very accurate depiction of K-pop, but it was, I guess it's a fun introduction for people. But I was like, this story is falling apart. It's falling apart. The characters have no depth. Like, what, this should be what stories are, like, the building blocks of a story. And it's like not there, and you're disguising it with like hot demon guys. I don't know. But I did read some threads on Reddit where they also didn't understand, and then people were explaining it, and I was like, okay, maybe I was looking at this entire thing completely wrong. It's like, maybe I'm the stupid one. Okay, I'm gonna draw people now. Yeah, I do think it should have been longer. It was very condensed. It felt very edited down to like the base components. You were sad when Zoe and Mira turned out to be one-note background characters. Yeah. Like, even when they brought up their, like, trauma at the end, I was like, this isn't really deserved. Like, you didn't really do anything to deserve this moment. Like, the one part near the end where, they were, like, beefing, and Mira is like, oh, I don't deserve a family. Like, when the hell ever was that brought up in the first part of the movie? Like, huh? Like, I guess it was kind of in, like, this song, but, like, it wasn't part of the actual story. Like, Okay. You said no but love and deep space. What was that referencing? Like horsemen and how we should date horsemen. Wow, imagine if one of the love and deep space guys was a horse. Raphael's a mermaid. To me, Xavier is a bunny. I guess if there was a horse, it would be either Zane or Caleb. Okay. Gotta find the generic Pinterest girl to draw now. Or a guy, but there's not many of those references. I've seen these references all like 200 times. I'm like, especially everyone draws this one. You gotta find something fresh. Oh, I was gonna draw circus performers today, so maybe I will look at Cirque du Soleil performances. Maybe I'll take some screenshots. Oh god. The upper body strength is crazy. Poles. Hoops. Let me get a fire guy out in here. I keep hearing that it was supposed to be longer, but I haven't actually seen any proof that it was supposed to be longer. Did the director say that or something? I don't think I will include any of these. I want to do today I wanted to draw a dog guy. Like a dog show Circus.
Oh my gosh.
These little dogs. Oh yeah. I guess I won't be drawing people. I'll just be drawing dogs. It was supposed to be 3 hours long. I keep hearing that. That is what I keep hearing, but I would love to see a source for it. I wouldn't be surprised if it was supposed to be 3 hours long with the original writers who Maggie fired. But I don't know anything, so... There was originally going to be an aquarium scene where they kissed. I did see the concept art for that, but I don't know if it was ever... Like, when people say there originally was going to be, I don't think concept art denotes that it was gonna be that. You know what I mean? Like, it was just a proposal for a scene. It never got animated, never got, like... There were probably, like, 30 different proposals for how that could have went down. It's not like they were like, oh, it's definitely gonna be this, and then they changed it halfway through.
Yay, happy dog.
I think I just watched a really cool dog show at my local circus, so I want to find dog show frisbee. I don't know. This camera work sucks. Bro's not catching them. Okay. It's so funny. There's like no gesture to this movement. He's just rotating. It was so funny. I think I just need to draw some dogular shapes. This is not correct. Look, I'm training for the inevitable possibility that I will have to become a furry artist. I won't even be mad about it. I love drawing animals. It's a crazy shape for a dog. I think because he has no tail. Can't wait for you to draw that B-Stars R34. I love B-Stars. I love it. It's like one of my favorite series. It's just, it gets it. It's like modern day Code Geass, you know what I mean? Next season coming out soon. Really, I feel like, why do I feel like the last season just came out? I don't even remember what's gonna happen in the next season, even though I read through the whole manga. I just know that the way it ended was kind of like a little bit whack, but whatever. That's how it usually is. Not many series can wrap it up in a good way. Oh wait, there was like the horse guy. Oh my gosh, in V-Stars. But they made him so skinny. Like, have they never seen a horse before? And the old man Yowie between the horse and Legoshi's grandpa. That was pretty peak. I need to draw a human. This footage is so old. You can tell by all the lines. But 2015 wasn't even... I mean, I guess it was 10 years ago. Circus dog, and it's just a guy in a fursuit living his best dream. That's funny. I'll save this. And I do have a logged playlist called Naughty, which might seem suspicious, but that's because I was learning Naughty by Irene and Solgi. Here. Oh, oh my god. Where do I save this? Here. Have you heard about the new episode of the animated digital circus? I haven't been keeping up with that. I watched a little bit of the first episode. Just to see what the hype was about. and it's pretty cool, but I don't think it's for me, unfortunately. I think my issue with this circus is that I want it to be cooler. I need them to be like doing breakdancing and also fire spinning, which is why I'm drawing the stuff I'm drawing. Because, oh, I guess he is breakdancing. But it could be cooler and crazier. I think what I realized is that all 15-year-old me wanted to do was draw people in cool clothes and cool poses, and I thought the only way I could do that is if my characters are in a circus. I didn't think about the fact that I could just draw action poses if I wanted to, and I could give characters just like fire powers if I wanted to. And I don't need an excuse to draw that stuff. Oh, that was a nice one. I love the dog's legs. Well, thank you. I feel like I made them look like horse legs a little bit too much. But we have to start designing. Because that's what the video is about. So, my new idea is that I don't know where this is going yet. I'm just gonna have fun with it. But basically, circuses have a story that they're telling in their show. So I'm thinking that the circus can be doing like a satire on the mafia and telling a story about the mafia, like either in that city or yeah, like the mafia that terrorizes the city as a form of like artistic rebellion or whatever. So what we have to do is combine circus acts with mafia characters that are found in the mafia. So there's kind of a lot to think about. So I'm thinking my first idea was to do like a retired police chief who is now like corrupt and working for the mafia. So I'm gonna write that down. He's like, he or she or they are a associate of the mafia. Like either they're a police chief or retired police chief. We're deep into Milano. That's because they're sponsoring the video. Haha. I do love. I have been using Milano like for a very long time though. Here there's a limit for the free version. Yeah, there is. I think like it is a little bit annoying, but there are ways to get around it. For example, like since you can only have so many items in the free version, so if you wanted to have like lots of photos, for example, like I have a lot of photos here, what I would do is like compile all the photos in like Photoshop and then export that as one image and put it in. It's one image instead of like 10. There are ways to work around that. They them cop. Well, you know, like the thing about the circus is that I would enjoy it if like I do like characters or situations where like their whole body is covered and you don't know who they are, which is like a lot of theater and festivals do dress up that way, in which like you can't tell what age someone is, what gender someone is, what race someone is. It's just a complete disguise, like V for Vendetta. So they're associated with the police, but also the mafia, so they're corrupt. And their show in the circus, their like act is a dog show, where the dogs are the police. Dogs represent the police officers. You can tell V is white. Yeah. I guess he does show some skin. But it's the entire concept of the thing. at some point I was like, huh, I wonder why I like masked characters. And then I thought about Batman, and I thought about Lelouch, and I thought, I was like, I think, and I thought about Spider-Man, like anyone can be behind the mask, and I was like, okay, it's not just me, a lot of people like this. Miraculous ladybug. That probably would represent the worst possible, like, iteration of secret identities. I've never watched a single episode, by the way. I just know that it's, like, stupid how obvious who they are and they can't tell. I don't know if you've seen the movie Now You See Me. I'm sure I have. The Four Horsemen. I definitely have seen this, but Four Horsemen. I gotta rewatch this stuff. Isn't there like a new movie coming out? Wow. Now You See Me 3. Okay. Oh, it's not out yet. Okay. Have you read It Dropped into a Ghost Story? I have not. Dropped into a Ghost Story, still gotta work. EPUB. Ooh. TV head. And it also reminds me that, like, I designed all the characters for Hotel Limbo, all of which are, like, masked characters. By the way, I found out that, oh, like, Ben, the author for this comic, like, the book is getting released on Amazon, and I was like, whoa, I didn't know. Bro does not keep us updated. But I guess it will be published by a company. That's what happens when you're a contract artist, which all of us were working on this. Like, only use us for a few episodes, and then we don't know anything else afterwards. But I pre-ordered the book even though I got paid to make it. Okay, so I feel like there's just so many considerations when it comes to this. Like, first of all, there's a real guy. Like, if this is a circus character, it's satirizing a real person. So I have to, like, kind of think about what the real person is like and what their story is, and then how they're gonna satirize it in the circus, and who's gonna be playing that character. I was kind of thinking, okay, the police chief. In real life. And then the circus. Because there's so many considerations, it's probably why I've like procrastinated on this for so long. Because I made it too complicated for myself. And I was like really overthinking it, like to the absolute max. So all I want to do is draw, not think. But that's the opposite of what designing is. Like originally I had 3 ideas for what the theme of the story could be of the circus. It's just too much. It's just too much. Perfect way to stun lock myself. Chill, guy. Chill guy, jovial, but commands respect. Bit of a boomer, I think. Boomer. And like visibly injured in some way. Visibly disabled or injured. And that's why they are like tired. Oh my god. Visibly injured / disabled. Yeah, I thought it would be interesting if this guy was a wolf. Like the alpha wolf among dogs. Wolf question mark? I also thought of a version where this character was like not the chief, but like an accountant or something. Like some accountant lady who, for some reason, everyone is really loyal to and really respects. and she just has them like at her feet, but you wouldn't think it. There's just too many possibilities. I need to find reference. I need one of the dogs to be a border collie. I would love it if one of them was like a fat corgi. And I feel like all these dogs should represent real people in the police force. Greyhound. I would like at least 5 dogs. Dog breeds. I'm gonna put a husky in there. What's the easiest way to elevate any drawing? Confidence. If you don't know what you're drawing and you feel like you're shit at it, just to make confident, just pretend that you do know what you're doing. I'll add it. I feel like if it's a police force, there needs to be at least some competent dogs. I want to add a pug, but it'd be so dumb. Like, I do want it to be cool. I want it to be kind of badass. If I add a pug in there, I don't know how it's gonna be cool. I guess that's good though, because you would never expect a pug to be really cool. He just looks crazy. What if the chief was a pug? Yeah, like one half of me is like, oh, I should draw really diverse, interesting characters that are like inspired by a variety of different things. And then the other half of me is like, I just want a thirst trap. Just want to make a thirst trap character design. Like, you easily could. This person commands dogs. I guess I could do both. Like, the interesting concept is neutralized if I make them just a thirst trap. Police chiefs always look so... It's so boring. Why do they all look like that? Do they all have like the same hat? Police chief outfit. Iggy from JoJo's. I don't know that character. Oh my god. Ew. Sorry. Bro looks crazy. What is going on in there? Is this a human trapped in a dog's body? I don't like how this is literally just the shape of an anime girl's head. And they just put ears on it. Bro, this looks like AI. This person's missing a finger. You know, gotta be real careful to make sure I don't, like, just grab a Nazi design. Even though they are stylish because they hired a fashion designer to, like, make everything, which is so unfair. Let's see. They were fashionable and high. Why does it seem like the dogs all only know one trick, and it's this trick? It is cute. But I want my dogs to be cooler. Let's see. I'll add this generic boomer image, sure. Hello, Clippy. So I think a cane would be cool, like a cool cane, if he's like disabled. Cool cane. And if he's a boomer. just do a generic cane. Home Depot cane, sure. And then we'll figure it out from there. What the hell? What if what if there was one Asian person on the police force and I put one Shiba in the dog show? Is that funny? Shibas are Asian dogs, right? Vibe wise. I always found it so weird going to my like extremely American, like white American friends' house where like none of them are like weebs or anything and they have a Shiba. I'm like, huh? Not that you have to be like a Japanophile to have a Shiba, but that's what I felt like. Like, I thought only, like, Japanophiles got this dog. Anyway, that dog really hated me. And he would try to bite me every time I went over, so... But the last time I went over, he was so old and fat he couldn't move, but he still barked at me. He is hating for the love of the game. That's my impression of Shiba Inus. Oh my god, I would love a little Yorkie. I don't know how to say this properly, so I'm not gonna say it. I'll just say wiener dog. They're just so artistically proportioned. Okay, I have too many dogs now. I gotta start drawing. Mix them and see what magical breed comes out. Don't think my brain can do gymnastics like that. I have so many questions for myself. You know what, like doing character design for other people is actually easy because they have demands and they know what they kind of know what they want. But when I'm the art director and the artist, things go awry. They do go awry. Do masks, question mark? Costumes, question mark? I need to save some costumes onto here. Where did it go? What the hell? I'm sorry, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. Why are there two sets of eyes? Or are those supposed to be eyebrows? Like, dog themed costumes and masks tend to be the worst thing ever. And like, circuses are supposed to be like family friendly. And I can't imagine not being traumatized by this as a child. It's just awful. Like, how do I make a dog mask not just be a furry costume? Or, on the other hand, not just be the generic yokai mask. Yokai fox mask. And do they even need to wear a mask? I could just use face paint. What about Japanese dog masks? I guess you said that before I said anything. Yokai fox. Yeah, I mean, if there's an interesting one. I also don't want to just steal other artists' ideas. Sigh. Let me look at what I have pinned. So I have a bunch of stuff pinned from Cats, the Cats musical, because they're doing animals. There's always face paint. I do think it would be important. Well, I thought it would be important to have the mouth be visible if, like, they were, like, saying things during the performance. But I guess the only person who really needs to say things is the ringmaster or whoever's directing the story, so I guess he doesn't need to talk. Okay, well, let's just get the most generic version of this idea out, and then we can go from there. The most generic version of this idea would just be to have a police chief with dogs. Might as well be the real guy. Drawing with me this whole time and it flew. Hee hee. That's good. That's what we're here for. Would it be weird to Google visibly disabled? I guess wheelchair. Hello everyone, some returning chatters in the chat. Uni who became a mod against her will. What if the police chief was in a wheelchair and had dogs pushing the wheelchair? Wheelchair. Sitting in. I don't know what else visibly disabled would be. I want to give him an eye patch. How beat up can this old man be? I guess the thing about design is that you have to get the basic elements down first before you can start doing anything with them. So if I don't draw the most generic version of this design, I can't go on to more interesting versions. I haven't drawn Victor enough to know what the heck people look like when they're walking with a cane. That's my mistake. I should have drawn more Victor fan arts. Cane guide for writers and artists. Wow, perfect. Let's see. Cane at hip joint. Cane on the opposite side of the disability? Question mark. Maybe he's blind. I'm gonna just put some random ideas over here. Maybe blind? Question mark. Seeing eye dogs? Question mark. Okay, I'm gonna get my generic rendition out, and then we'll get to the ideas. You know, but if he's retired, he wouldn't be wearing the uniform still. But I can't think about that right now. There's too many things to think about. He can have a cool scar. I would love to give him a cool scar. How do you come up with stories, concepts, and characters? I think it's interesting to think about, like, things that shouldn't necessarily coexist. I think that's how most creative ideas happen. Like, why should a mafia and a circus coexist? Well, I think because it would be weird, and I don't really know what would happen. So that's why I'm doing that. It's like, what if a rat was a chef? Why the hell would a rat be a chef? Well, then let's explore that. And then you get Ratatouille. What if a hedgehog ran real fast? Why would a hedgehog run real fast? And then you get Sonic. What if... So I guess I should put some gap moa in this police chief. holding a dog. One arm. Do I do any creativity exercises to loosen up? Well, before this, since I'm drawing dogs all day in like Circus X, I did some warm-ups from like videos of dog performances. And before that I was drawing horses. Just cause this project, I feel like if I warmed up using like generic Pinterest girls, it's just not correct. Like it just doesn't help that much to put me in the right mindset. So I'm just trying to find and use more interesting reference. Nowadays, instead of like finding reference of images which are already kind of curated to be artistic, because a lot of the images on like Pinterest or whatever are like photographs of like taken by a photographer with an artistic eye, and then taken of a model who is aesthetically pleasing and posing to be aesthetically pleasing. So it's like, well, that's already somebody's interpretation of an art form, so like try to go to the source of whatever it is that you're trying to do. Sausage dog. I feel like his legs are gonna be so short. I'm really inspired by how short its legs are. anatomy is failing me at the moment, but it's fine. I don't need it to work. Or do I? It's really bothering me. I think it's because this guy is posed at an angle which doesn't actually work at this angle that I'm drawing it from. Use the 3D model? Ain't no way, not for this. Maybe if I was actually rendering something intense. But I think my visual library is good enough. For this level. What character am I drawing? This is a character who, oh my god, it kind of is hard to explain. It's like, it's a character who is a circus performer who is satirizing a police chief. The circus performance is a dog show where the dogs represent real life policemen. And this police chief is corrupted and he's a member of the mafia. But it is part of that story. The circus mafia story. I don't have enough mileage on dogs to be able to sketch them. Do you have O Caesar attached to? How do we get to that point? I used to. I feel like I don't really anymore. But I would like to, which is why I'm doing this. the actual police chief is part of the mafia and this guy is part of it and he's satirizing the chief. So I am trying to draw the performer who would be satirizing the actual police chief who is in the mafia. So in my next iterations, I will need to figure out how to make him look more like a performer. I hate the ads. The ads should be every 18 minutes. That's what I set it to. I feel like that's fair. 18 minutes is like an anime episode. Are the mafia working with the circus? I don't think so. I think the circus is like trying to make a statement, like reveal certain information about the mafia to the common people through this performance. Is like a form of, I don't want to, the rebellion is not the right word. It's like an expose. It's basically like clowning on the mafia and revealing sensitive information. So I think they're actually in opposition. If you try adding shoulder pads, what, like military shoulder pads? Yeah, I guess if I wanted to aggrandize this character, I could do that. I don't know if these are shoulder pads. Make him goofy looking. Before he can be goofy looking, he needs to be generic. Because I can't, my brain just doesn't go to the goofy. I also, look, there's like two parts of my brain. One part of my brain is like, I hate circus aesthetics. I hate the way like goofy shit looks. I don't like clowns. They're dumb. Like, I would never have found circus like aesthetics interesting or appealing. And so I don't really want to draw silly things, like silly looking things. I'm more interested in cool stuff. And I have to question myself, why am I doing an entire ass project about the circus if I find it like lame aesthetically? Make one dog silly and the other scary. Yeah, I would love to have each of the dogs have different personalities that represent actual people on the real life human police force. It's just impossible to do that on a first iteration. So after this one, we'll go crazier. want to add a scared little a little greyhound somewhere. Okay. I feel like good things come in three, so I'm gonna have 3 respectable dogs. Like 3 normal dogs. Who are competent dogs. Otherwise, this entire thing is falling apart. I think it'd be okay. I think it'd be funny if they were the exact same dog, over and over again. I'm just gonna copy paste this dog. Am I pulling from people I know in real life, personalities? Not yet. But I would like to. I think it would make it better if I did. Like, I'm probably influenced by people I know, but like not consciously. Okay, so that's iteration 1. That is this is a base model. Maybe they're just triplet police officers. Wow, imagine. Hold on, to balance that out, I need to add 1 more incompetent dog. I'm gonna add 1 more pug. Bro is just a blob. Wow. Perfect. Okay. Um. Okay. Oh, we can have some fun. A dog with their tongue constantly sticking out. Okay, that can be the pug. Okay, so I did write he should be jovial and chill, but this first version does not look jovial or chill, aside from the fact that he's holding a wiener dog. Um, Maybe we can add a cat. Maybe. Ooh, it'd be quite the conspiracy if I added a cat here. And in the real life, there's like some mysterious, like, third entity that is influencing this police chief. Oh, like his wife or something. Like you think he's in charge, but it's actually his wife. Not saying his wife is like an actual cat, but symbolically. Should I give him hats? Let me see. How do I put a hat on a dog? Dog police hat. Oh, okay. I think we can. We can ditch the vests. Give them all bows or ties. Maybe these triplets have different colored ties, and then I'll give them hats. And no one ever questions how these hats stays on. Badges. Where would I put a badge on the dog? Let's see. Police badge. Dog. Perhaps. We'll see. Maybe they are wearing clothes. Or maybe this is fiction, and so we don't question why there's badges on dogs and how they stay on. Okay, gotta start iterating. I'm gonna stretch first. I've been sitting for a long time. Is this my Paw Patrol AU? Well, honestly, Paw Patrol is like for kids, right? So sure. Give him a cigar and a chair. I was gonna put him in a wheelchair, if that counts. But I feel like I need to find the coolness factor of this, because right now I'm like, well, I can make a character, like, sure, but like, what makes him activate my brain cells? Well, he's not there yet. And like, there's lots of interesting concepts I could incorporate. But interesting concept does not equal to activate my brain cells. I think the cat is pretty cool. We were also talking about making him blind and having all the animals be his, like, seeing animals. But if I make him blind and in a wheelchair, it's kind of like, good God, like, pick a struggle. Like, I think it would be better if it was just one or the other. I think it's cooler if we go with the trope that's like blind character with other entities to see for him. Even though it's like a trope. So in real life, he would be blind. And, or maybe the blindness is a metaphor for how in real life he's got all these dogs sniffing around, like all his police guys sniffing around and reporting back to him while he chills. But the circus performer is blind. Blindness is a metaphor. So he just sits around and waits for his underlings to report back. Okay. Is this gonna be a comic or animated? Right now, neither. It's just a concept. But the way I think about it is like I want to design it in a way where it looks like it would be the animated adaptation of a manga. Like, I don't want to design it for comics. I want to design it for animation, but if it was being made, I would rather make it a comic or a manga. To me, like, a lot of comic authors don't think that hard about designing their characters. Or like manga authors. Like, they kind of just do what's fun and simple and logical for their story. Which I really actually would rather do that than like do something complicated. So is it going to determine the level of detail you put in the characters? Yes. And just the general style that everything will be finished in. Like when you think about designs in manga, they don't really think about it too hard. They don't overcomplicate it. Like Denji, Chainsaw Man designs, they're all just like guys. Denji is a guy. And they didn't think about it that hard. You know what I mean? Like, Aki is a guy who wears a suit and has a sword. Makima is a lady with red hair and yellow eyes. And they didn't really think about it beyond that. Like, what makes it shine is how it's executed. I also think about this when I look at like really illogical designs that get adapted into anime. I mean, sometimes I don't watch One Piece, but sometimes I look at One Piece and I'm like, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. But you're just having fun, so whatever. Dungeon Meshi. Dungeon Meshi is a pretty good combination of design and simplicity, I guess. Okay, so I am just gonna work off of this and make different iterations of this because I think it's fine. If I go in a completely different direction, I'll just waste time. So I'm gonna think, if he was blind, how would that... Or like just make him more of a performer character. Who's the guy under the character? If he is... Maybe he's not actually blind. He's just like symbolically blind. So he has to be like obviously have his eyes covered. But if he doesn't have his eyes, I feel like I have to make his mouth pretty significant. the blindness be part of the act? I think it would be. I think it has to be. Let's see, what's a good way to blind the character visually? Bigger hat. It would be crazy to train a cat to do this, but what if the cat's tail was like... What if part of the act was like... the cat blinding him with the tail? Would it be out of the realm of possibility to train a cat? Maybe if he has a fluffy cat. Cover more ground. Figuring out his performance will help inform his design. I mean, for sure. But the design can also inform the performance, you know what I mean? Because I feel like if you're in an actual circus, they kind of design the story around the performers and what the performers, who they are and what they can do. Okay. We need to explore blindness as a concept. Next, I'll give him a bigger hat like you guys did, and we'll see if that's actually gonna work. Like maybe he isn't actually blind, but the kitty is like stepping on him. Oh, my kitty just woke up. Look at other blind characters in animation. The only one I know of is Toph. But I don't think this character will actually be blind. It's like a cartoonish blindness. Like a satirical. Will you consider opening mentorship? Yeah. I want to like rework my mentorship again. But I was thinking about doing it either like October, November. Do you guys know any blind characters? Sunglasses. Him portraying the chief and being blind is a statement type 5? Yeah. looks like either blind, like sunglasses, or making their eyes like hazy. Or just wrapping their eyes up. I mean, I think this is better than sunglasses, because, like, sunglasses you can't tell. Double eye patches. That would be really funny. Look at how blind characters in literature are described. Well, if you have any recommendations, I'll take a look. Dude looks like a pilgrim. I don't know how to draw beards. The cat is standing on his hat. She is being like, you can't look, you're not allowed to look. The cat probably represents something. Oops, teehee, you're not allowed to look. What the heck do police hats look like? I need a police hat 3D model. We're pulling out the 3D model now. Okay. Guess I got it wrong. Jay-Z is 2 hours late again. But it's okay. At least you're here. If he had a ribbon on his eyes, that could be part of the performance. To be taken off at the end of the show. That would be interesting. What if every mafia circus character had a ribbon? What if they were all blind? You're back to streaming? Oh, yes, I'm back to streaming. You know what happened? I dropped out of school, so I have time now. But also, I really need to finish this deadline, so I need external motivation, and that's you guys. No Ramsey pick of the day? I thought that overlay took up too much of the screen, and I don't have... like a work in progress, but I can show you a Ramsey pick just for you. I'll pick one, a fresh Ramsey pick. This was one of my favorite recent ones. He's just playing with his mouse. Yummy. Oh, I was gonna use this one for today. Because this is how I feel yelling at my brain cell. Please work, please work, please work. I have a deadline. So basically I'm streaming for a week, and then I have to go to Anime New York City like a week from now, next Thursday to Sunday, and then this video is due at the end of August, so I have to have results. At least you're working. That's true. I haven't been doing much of that on this project anyway. Well, I have. I have been working on it. But not drawing. I mean, I made all this for the collaboration, but I don't know how much I'll actually use from this. Okay. I'm gonna put this on a different screen so that when I edit this video later, I have a not awful ratio to screen ratio to work with. Oh, thank you, Blueberry Tart. Hope you can come to an artist alley one day. I hope I'll be able to do more now that, like, I am not in school. I really want to go to Seattle. I still haven't gone yet. Your day job is the opposite of creative, so you're glad to be here. And inspiring you to work towards having a table at Artist Alley. I think it's really accessible now. Like, it's both accessible and difficult, just because the more accessible things become, the more people do them, right? So you can definitely do it. Kitty. Two eye patches sounds so stupid, but I think we should see what it looks like. I cannot picture two eye patches looking good. Two eye patches. It looks really stupid. As long as you have some funds to start with, that is a tricky pit. But it's an investment. And hopefully you'll make it back and more. Okay, I don't want to do the 2 eye patches anymore. It's gonna look dumb. A ribbon. Maybe something symbolic to the mafia. Oh, monocle. Well, maybe. If I give him an eye mask like Gojo Satoru, people are just gonna be like, that's Gojo. I think that the bit with the cat and the hat is good enough in that it's like symbolic in many ways, and also it's just a bit that he could do with the cat during an act. So I kind of want to do some more poses with the dogs. But it's hard to do in one sketch, because the thing about like circus performances, it's like a story and it's always in motion. How do you make your character designs complex but not too busy? Well, you just gotta like distribute the complexity in a way that is pleasing to the eye. Like if I were to talk about this character and I wanted to make him more complex but not busy, I would just choose certain places to center the complexity on. So like 90% of the complexity is gonna be up here where his face is, because that's like the important part. I would probably add some complexity like in small places like the badge or like the pockets and the badges and whatever. And then for the rest of it, I would just leave it totally blank. Because when designs become too busy, it's because, like, you keep putting shit, like, where it doesn't need to be and distracting people from the actual part that should matter. Like, if I added a monocle to this character, it wouldn't really make sense because monocles suggest a certain status and a certain, like, vibe, scholarly vibe that doesn't really fit the point of this character. But you could add it for the coolness factor, but it would just like make the design busy and illogical. But I mean, a lot of released designs nowadays are busy with no purpose, and it's like fine, I guess, depending on who you are. For example, Genshin and Honkai, like, you might say that they aren't very good designs, but they are being pushed and making money with them, so. Would you get another cat? I was thinking about it, but not right now. I think my cat is very, like, obsessed with me. He's, like, very clingy. So I don't know. Like, he's definitely gotten along with the other shelter cats before just fine, but I don't think he would be obsessed with having a buddy. Even though I would think it's cute. He's just very human focused. Yeah, it's kind of a struggle. Like, whenever I live with dogs, sometimes dogs love humans. Dogs love humans, period. But they love humans so much that they don't care about other dogs. Or they get territorial. But some dogs love playing with other dogs. Unfortunately, my cat is the type of cat where I don't think he would care about having a buddy. Oh my god, I had to wash out his entire litter box yesterday because it was getting stinky. I was like, ew, it's getting stinky. I guess I need to wash out the entire box. And I did that, and then he pooped again, and it's stinky again. So I think he's just stinky right now. I think it's because I'm giving him new food. I gotta cancel my subscription. I gotta get him back on that normal food. Like, the cat, I gotta bathe him. The cat's not stinky. His insides are stinky. His poop is stinky. How do you know if you're choosing the right colors? That color, I like the results, but something always feels off. Well, it probably has to do with the values. I mean, people always say if you feel like you have a color problem, it's probably a value problem, so I would just check your values without knowing anything else about your situation. How do you use shape language? Mm. I think through repetition and contrast. Like, my thought is that if you're gonna have a shape, you better repeat it in some way. And if you don't repeat it, then there has to be a reason why it's standing out that way. Like, for this character, it's like he's mostly just rectangular. And I could add more rectangular elements to balance this design out. And so if I were to add pointy elements to this, there has to be a reason. Like, maybe I only add one sort of triangular element. And it's on his hat because I want people to look up there. But this is still kind of rectangular. Oh well. Okay, I'm gonna do a mid-performance pose. I'm gonna think about what that would look like. Big juicy steak. I don't know how to draw a steak. Ribeye. Can a design capture a character's personality? Um, there's lots of ways you can do that. I mean, just through the clothes that they're wearing, like, why are they wearing those clothes? Why did they style their hair that way? Why, like, just why everything? I mean, there should be a reason behind every design choice, and that reason should be reflected in your character's personality. Like, one thing I'm thinking about is like Yoshiki from The Summer Hikaru Died. And Yoshiki is just the extremely generic anime boy with black hair. But the one design decision they made was to make his hair go over his eyes. And that is like just a major part of his personality. Like the hiding behind his hair, like behind a curtain of reality. having this barrier between himself and reality. So it could be as simple as that. Let's see. Got distracted. What if this was a frisbee that was looking like a steak? Or looking like money? Ooh, maybe that's a little bit too on the point. Yeah, the kind of performance I'm visualizing for this character is like the sort of dog frisbee show where like the dogs can do acrobatics and they do fetch. I obviously just like action poses, so something cool. And doing it blind would be pretty cool. So I think I'll just use this. Or this. Its reference. Stunt dog. Maybe that's what I need. Oh my god. One of them needs to like skateboard. Stunt dog. Oh my gosh. It's like a modern eye dog. I think this is really cool. Yep, leading the blind moment. I think it's just a little hard to do in one image. Or like, I guess I could, but I'm gonna do that after I do my cool action pose, which I really want to draw. Or actually, first I'm going to eat lunch because it's 1:30 p.m. So I will put this on a lunch break screen. Lunch. Okay. Ate my sandwich. And thought about the fact that I should probably explore some variations for this character's face. Specifically the beard. And I suppose his body as well. Because he's very generic right now, which is the point of how we started. But it's kind of boring. So, I'm gonna look at some facial hair patterns. I don't want to look at generic men. Give me something interesting. Look at all these old men trying to be Rizzlers. Ooh, he could have long hair. Hey, I like his big beard. Or he could be bald. Okay, so I'm just gonna explore a bit, I think. But I kind of want to go pet my cat. He's taking a nap. don't know about the goatee. Hello, new viewers, old viewers. I'm trying so hard to explore different ways this character could come off, but all I'm doing is falling back into generic proportions. He looks evil as hell in this one. He's supposed to be a chill guy. I feel like no matter what, I always like my first attempts the best. Obviously, when you're working with clients, they usually don't feel the same. But I'm the client, so I guess it's okay to just explore, though. Can definitely be pushed further. Who's a nonchalant redhead? Give him piercings? Why? Like design the circus performer that's under the costume. that could be helpful. Like, to get this character completely correct, we would need to do that as well as the actual person that they're referencing. So there's really 3 characters in this one character. Name. I don't know yet. What I have him down as is the handler, because he handles dogs. And it could also be like chief or like... I'm thinking, since this character is a character in the circus being played by a performer who is referencing another character, that the real life character should have like a cool name, like a villain name, like the handler or the chief or something like that, so it's not so confusing. I was pondering about the plot of this story because I'm like gonna change it from what it is in the last video, and I was like, I'm gonna invest so much time in designing these characters who are like combo characters of like mafia associates. I can design like a villain troupe. Like, the plot could be we're taking down the mafia and its associates one person at a time. Or maybe in one fell swoop. You never know through this performance. It can give him a butt beard. That would probably be pretty rude. I think the circus would like to be rude. The handler would be like 3 separate entities. The handler himself would be the police chief in real life. And then that police chief would be portrayed by a performer who is a different person in the circus. And then the performer obviously isn't the handler. So this character this performance character that is in the performance is a different entity to both of them. I'm setting them up to have some generational rivalries, you know? I would love a fight scene where everyone who's like performing in the circus fights their counterpart in the mafia. Why am I like kind of into this butt beard? What does that look like from the side? It's so stupid. Good God. I'm saying stupid because I need it to be stupid. I desperately need it to be dumb as hell. Where's his nose? I forgot about that. uh, if I can find a way to thirst trap a butt beard, that would be amazing. Well, the good thing about this is that it's so stupid that, like, the performer under this definitely doesn't actually look like that. So I think I can thirst trap the performer after he takes off the stupid butt beard. I need to make it rounder, more butt-like. Do you think Milano is gonna enjoy this design? Hey Milano, I used your really great, awesome service to design a man with a butt beard. Money, please. And he'd be completely bald on top. That's the vision. I think I made it too plump. I think it needs to be a little bit. Ooh, I got a delivery. I'm gonna go get it real quick. Well, I'm back inside. They told us the wrong door code for getting inside. But I talked to my neighbors for the first time. And I don't want to go outside anymore in case I can't get back in and it's like 100 degrees outside. So I'm kind of like interested in this butt beard. I'm gonna also play around with the body design. But it is also 3 p.m., which is when I said I would stop. But maybe just one butt beard. Body. Snatched waist. That'd be funny. Okay, it is supposed to be a circus costume. So oh, it'd be funny if he actually had a neck. Ooh, that looks freaky. You're the #1 chatter. Congratulations. Well, this is certainly more interesting than how it used to be. He's just a globular shape. Jay-Z said, "Gang, I'm confused." It's okay. It's okay to be confused. It just means that this concept is a little bit... I just need to do some work on it. Because good concepts should be easy to explain and understand. Oh my god. I just realized if I make him more skinny, this will actually look like a dick. Is that genius? It's the police hat shape. My building manager just sent an email with the correct door code. That's my sacrifice right there. well. Kind of did a lot. So here's my thought. This generic number one, that could be what the actual guy kind of looks like. This is like just the guy. And we're trying to satirize this guy. Okay. I think I will end the stream here, because I was gonna end it 20 minutes ago, but I got locked out. So, I think we made progress today. We certainly did some things. And I think we're in good shape for whatever I choose to do next. I'm gonna try to come up with some more ideas for combinations of circus acts and mafia people. One thing that I do want to do is I want Soul to be the one to act as Lito. That would be so funny, in my opinion. Like, yeah. W stream, thank you. And I will see whoever's here tomorrow.